Yo, who's ready for music? I can't wait. I know you all are itching just to hear more Chopin. That guy who was known for writing so many works for orchestra. Okie pokey. Time to announce to my Discord server that I am doing stuff, for which I will come up with a very appropriate tagline. If you're not part of the Discord server, or whatever, I don't care. But you can be a part of it if you go to the link in the description. Awesome, right? Alright, I don't even have MuseScore pulled up. I literally just like turn on my computer, like, I'm ready to do this. And so that's what's happening. Yippee! Over the day I had some ideas on how to improve this, but oftentimes things will sound better in my head than they actually do. I did do a few edits while we were, after the stream I did like a few post-stream edits. I worked in it for another like hour, just to get the pressure off of doing it on stream. I just kind of had some of my own time to myself to figure out what the heck was happening. And I changed a few things. I can't remember what exactly I changed from then, like from the end of that stream to what you're seeing now. I think I added a glockenspiel. I can't remember if I did that in the... Yeah, I can't remember if I did that in the original one that I did on the stream. But whatever changes I made, you'll see now, or I guess you'll hear now as I play it for you first, and then after I play it for you, we'll do all the stuff. Okay. But first, I'm going to check something very important. It's so super important. Man, I'm sleepy. Okay. Oh crap. Oh, that's not how you pick up a phone. Okie dokie. Wow, it's MuseScore. Okay, so like I said, I will play this. I'll talk about what I hate about it, and then also I don't even have Chopin's score pulled up. Alright, whatever. Actually, I'll do that right now. I think I have it in like my downloads folder. Yeah, here it is. Musiximal. That means extended markup language. Bang! There she is. Okay, so yeah, this is what we'll be pulling from for like our reference, and so I can just take the notes here and not have to transcribe them manually, which would be fine, but it would be pain. So, if I can remember correctly what I changed, I think I added these triangle parts. I think I don't know if I added the piatti in the original stream, but it's here now. Thunder sheet, can't remember if I added that, probably because I love the thunder sheet. Strings are slightly different. I think the timpani I changed a bit, which I'm not sure if I like, so but we'll see. And I think that might be all. Oh, and the glockenspiel, like I mentioned. So let's listen to it first, and then we'll talk about how to make it good. Okay, so that's our starting point. I had a few ideas. First one that I had is that I want to change. There's like a little melody interlude here that's currently on a trombone. I kind of want this on a flute instead. However, there's a problem. If I put this melody on a flute, then it'll be way quieter than a trombone, and I have to compensate for that by making the orchestra like pretty quiet, which I'm okay with, but I think it'll be a little bit challenging to have both the clarity of the flute playing these notes and also be able to discern the accompaniments, because I want to have both. I want to have a clear flute line and a clear counter melody line or accompaniment line, which is going to be probably a little strange. So we'll figure out how to do that. Oh, and also, I wanted to try doing something else here. Because right now the strings... I have a problem with these strings here. They're not very dynamic. They're just kind of... They're very samey throughout. I want each of these bars to like rise and fall and rise and fall and rise and fall very dramatically. Instead of right now where it's kind of all the same volume, like... It's all... The melody's all the same volume. There's no... The word I wanted to say was exciting. Excitement. I mean, it is kind of exciting, but like, I think it could be even more exciting if we made the measures rise and fall in volume very dramatically. So, well, not just like rise and fall, because I don't want it to start quiet. I want there to be a very sharp attack, immediately fall down to quiet, and then rise up loud, fall back down, quiet, and then again another attack with the melody note, like a piano. Attack that next note of the melody, then the orchestra goes quiet, goes up, goes down, cycle repeats. Maybe it gets louder somewhere in the middle here, but I think that'll make it much more interesting. Because it's... I'll say right now, it's easy to put a piano piece to orchestra, but it's difficult to put a piano piece to orchestra and then have it sound good. And that's what I'm missing right now, so we're gonna do that. So first I'll do the easy part, which is rearranging some of these things so that I can have a flute melody here instead of a weird trombone one. Okay. Excuse me. So you hearing the flute, even if I put you at fortissimo, hear how that's difficult to hear. Even though the orchestra really slows down. So I think, and in fact, I don't even want it to be fortissimo. I want it to be forte, which makes this very difficult to hear. So I'm gonna set this as a challenge for myself. I might maybe add 2 flutes or, you know, put this back at fortissimo, but for now, I want this to stay at forte. Just to see if I can do it. Okay. Hello. It's time to make you quiet. I got like the Ghostbusters oboe trail. That's the sound of the PKE meter, I think. Okay, I'll have you also guys go to piano. The next movement after Chopin's Waterfall. I think it's the one after Winter Wind. Also nice name, Seaborgium 107. Chopin, Opus 25. Opus 25, right? Yeah, etudes. Bang. Oh, there's even audio things here. Yeah, wait, what's the number 11 one? No, it's not. This one's not the Winter Wind one. Wait. Yeah, wait, is it? Which one's the Winter Wind one? Is it number... I forgot. Whatever. It's the one after the arpeggio one. Whatever that means. Do they all come with names? Oh wait, this is Opus 10. Never mind. No wonder I got it wrong. I was looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, here's number 12. What's number 11? Yeah, then there you go, Winter Wind. I knew it! Is this an actual recording? Oh, here's the ocean one. Alright, awesome. Well, you probably know what it sounds like. Shoo. Hi, Chopin. Look how pretty his face is. Never mind, he's shrinking. Right. So, I've made you guys quieter. Okay, that's better. And you guys go up to forte. Okay. You guys also start at piano, which is fine. And I want you guys to decrescendo a bit more dramatically. So all you guys, shut up. Bang. Okay, as I expected, that's still difficult to hear. I could alternatively put you at like this. There you go. Maybe I can also like tell you to accent these notes, make them much stronger. That sounds a little strange on its own, but I don't really like the way that sounds either. Okay, we can try 2 flutes, that's fine. Okay. I think I'm mostly satisfied with that. I think these horns here make it also a little bit difficult to hear what's going on, so this. Okay. I'm gonna make this louder. Hello. You know what? I'm feeling pretty upbeat today. I'm gonna turn this way up so I can really hear that noise. Okay, maybe not that loud. That was so loud. No. It's gonna get grating to listen to after a while, so I'm gonna turn it back down. Okay, so now that I did that, I'm going to... Okay, so let's talk about what I'm going to do for the melody here. I kind of want to... Let me leave one violin track so I can like have a reference here. Right now the strings are just kind of tremolo. I want something a bit different than that. This feels a bit odd to me. I want to try this. I want to... If I do like repeated of these... Dang, my Muse Sounds isn't like that, as I expected. I was thinking something like, if I do like, and then I have U, forte, and something like this. Actually, no, you guys don't do that. I would like the violins to kind of accent these notes. Oopsies, wrong thing. Maybe, here, do marcato again. Let me hear you. Okay. And I would like something like you to continue this. Marcato here and tremolo here. This is the lowest note. And then, you know, taking after, you know, someone who I've never ever listened to before. People in my Discord server know that I never listen to any composer that sounds exactly like this. There you go. Once again, forte piano. Like this, awesome. And I want you, my friend, to do the same thing. Go. Okay, maybe staccato. I'm a little wary of staccato because it might not sound as good as I hope, but anyway. You together? And then you also staccato. How do I... Oh my gosh. There you go. Just try it first. Go. I guess the contrabass should also do this. Or you know what? Since I'm a good composer, I'm gonna copy and paste. Staccato? No, I wanna... let's do tenuto marcato and your staccato marcato. Go. Actually, don't include the everyone else. Just include the... What do you call the percussion? Go back to non-staccato, also known as legato, I guess. Try this. Okay. I'm okay with that. You maybe always do C instead of the melody. Just really emphasize that C. I can also make you play low C. I think this is the lowest note that a contrabass usually get, is a C. It requires an extension though, which is why there's a yellow note here. It's music score saying, hey, hey, if you ask for this note, the players are going to be like, what the heck, man? But then they'll do it anyway. I mean, Sounds kind of cool, I guess. What does a tremolo down here sound like? Terrible, as I should have expected. Anyway. Yeah, you, just as a little experiment, I shall have you be all C's. Okay. Now, with the percussion? Or actually, with the brass too, just excluding the woodwinds, because, I don't know. Yeah, I prefer you here in the C's. C. C writer. I have to give the choirs both yellow and red notes. Why? Don't you know that yellow and red mean hold on for a second and stop? That's how I was taught in driving school. Giving them blue notes. I've never seen a blue note. I only have pink. And red and yellow. Okay. Go again. Here, make the horns a bit louder. This is something that Mr. Korsakov talked about in his orchestration book, is that horns are quieter than the rest of the brass instruments. So generally, you probably want to raise them a little bit louder. I don't think you'll sound very good here, but I do want to hear what you sound like an octave lower. That's okay. Okay. Let me just make sure I like the way y'all sound. And you know what? Don't tie that note. Just play it every time. That's fine. I'll introduce some reverb to you guys so you don't just sound like you're dying away instantly. But only a tiny bit. Only a teeny tiny bit. Okay. Go! I like that more. Not entirely though. Here. You guys, instead of for an eighth note, do it for a quarter. Maybe slightly longer. Oh my gosh. I gotta do it the lazy way. There you go. Okay, I think I like the held one a little bit more. Yeah, I think this feels a little too staccato and it's a bit strange. So let's put you into half notes. And I guess for consistency, I'll have y'all be half notes as well. Doink. Y'all too. Then I'll get rid of these annoying quarters here. Dink donk, dink donk, dink donk. What if Liszt wrote a third concerto in like 1883? You can always become the next Liszt. Always. To varying degrees of success, but you can. How are your scales feeling today? I don't have scales. I have skin. And kidneys. Both of them, in fact. Out of 4. Okay, like I said earlier though, I would like to have a like a rise and fall per measure. So I think I might be able to achieve that with the timpani. You could replace the orchestra with a trombone choir and temple blocks, it would sound the same. I mean, you'd get pretty close. You'd probably need a lot of temple blocks, but like, you know, that can be arranged. Actually, anyone had like an extremely large range of temple block, it would, the more I think about it, if you have like, if you pitch the temple blocks very specifically, you could basically have like a hollow xylophone. That sounds kind of fun. Surely it's been done, surely. What if you do the same thing but with like metal? So it'd be like a glockenspiel, but it's like hollow blocks of metal that you strike with mallets. What would that even sound like? Okay, so I'm going to rearrange this bass drum part, which is just and change it to something a bit more interesting. So right now the timpani is just... It's very interesting. You're welcome, timpani. I want it to be a bit more fun than that, though. So I'm gonna have some roly rolls. Much like me on Thanksgiving, having roly rolls. And I want to have like something fun like this. Or maybe like this. We'll have a tremolo between y'all. And I want you to be very dramatic. Don't use hard mallets. Dang. And I guess it doesn't... Could just be on the same... Here, just do this for a sec. Bit more dramatic. Very dramatic. I would prefer if you guys were like rolls like this though, because I like the sound of this more. I don't think MuseScore likes playing that though. I think the bass drum will be fine to do that though. Get over here, bass drum. My friend. What the heck? Okay, that's not how you do that, but I guess you could if you really wanted to. And Tom Tom should probably do the same thing too. That's my Tom Tom impression. And something like that. And just go up to forte. Bass drum is loud enough. Yeah. Let's do the low Tom Tom. Beautiful. There is a bird outside my window right now, cooing and cooing. He is very cross and he does not have food. I wish I could have like a low C timpani. Although I'm not sure one exists. So that's why I kind of opted for this E one. And that's fine. No, 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 no. All together now? I would like the bass drum to just kind of hold a note here, like this. And you guys go up to fortissimo. Can't really hear the timpani. That might be my fault. I might have turned it down. Nope. Try different mallets. It might be being buried under the bass drum though. Something. Did I turn? Because I know I turned some of these instruments down. Like the glockenspiel sound patch that I have is just kind of obnoxious. Anyway, Timpani, you're getting boosted, mostly because I like you, but also because I can't hear you very much. Nice and loud. Go. Oh, it definitely needs like a strong hit though, so maybe the bass drum can oblige that. Nice and loud. Big marcato. And then like, I guess like this. Get out of here. Alright, let's at least have 2 thingies going on here, so I can kind of judge what it sounds like. All percussion together. You know, I'll have to copy you for many more measures. That's fine. Because of the power of shortcuts. Okay. Okay, we can compare that to the older version, which is this one here. Okay. I would also like these tremolos to be a bit more pronounced though, because right now they're all kind of the same. And I also want to try having you be like this. I think this might be a bit more fun. Just make that C a little clearer. And I want y'all to be nice and loud. Actually, do this. Just so it's more clear where I want these the crescendos to fall. You know what? Go up to triple forte, I don't care. I don't know if I could tell the difference. If I did like this might be interesting. Let's go back up here. Get out of here. Dynamics. You're getting replaced. I'm not sure how much I'll like this, but I'm curious. I like this more. I think it'll be improved if I also had a brass swell here. So I guess trombones, that's what your purpose is now, is to be a swell. And we'll have the same kind of thing happening here. And that's my Chopin impression. and then E, and then down to C. But also don't do dynamics here. Go away, and programmable ability to use a MIDI controller to enter notes. It sure does. I just haven't used it. But I know that it does. Let me just hide this. I think you can just, I think you have to go to preferences and inactive audio and MIDI. Yeah, you can have a MIDI input and then, so like, I don't have one plugged in right now, but you can do it. It sounds a bit like marcato 8, rest, and then a half note. Well, there's nothing much I can do about that. It is just my computer's playback, which of course is never going to be perfect, but... Probably the difference between piano and fortissimo that's really, it's really crunching it up. This is a huge difference I am asking for here, but I think we can really improve it by adding brass, though. So that's what I'll do. I'm just getting comfier, changing my posture. Okay, where are my trombone friends? So the melody goes E. Like this, I suppose, or maybe two trombones like this. Oopsies. Musiker Hindel subito piano better. Maybe, we can try that, yeah, if we did like this. Sounds kind of the same to me. I mean, at least I'm hearing this. Not sure how much I'll hear that against an orchestra, but we can give it a shot. I guess then we can have a bit finer control over the dynamics. Yeah, if I set you guys to like mezzo forte instead, I might actually be able to hear you. That's not mezzo forte. Dang. That's not a very dramatic difference though. I think I like the piano more, even if it was a bit stranger. Go, be free. Okay. Oh yeah, and you guys are supposed to do this. And then this. No, this. You know what? Also fortissimo. And probably tie. There you go. That's so bizarre. It's like reminds me of the soundtrack to like Don't Touch Anything. I'll also add rests here so that they can rest. I think it'll be much more pronounced on a trumpet though. Something about that sounds a little odd. It's a bit too buzzy. Probably because of my choice to put it on trombone. Or not trombone, sorry. Well, yeah, trombone, but also trumpet. I don't think trumpet can play low E, as I had thought. If I put all of you down here, what does that sound like? How do I... And you know what? Bass trombone, even lower. Go! Okay, you know what? Actually, it would be better if trombone's up there, horns down here. Yes, that's nice and powerful. And I guess trumpets you can just be quiet because screw you. No more marcata for you. Okay. Both of you quarter notes. Oh yeah, and also untie all of these things. There you go. Okay. Brass, strings, and percussion only. I already have the viola patch is so quiet in my thing, which is really annoying, but whatever. And you know what? Everyone, all you guys play the same thing. Go. Okay, try. Brass and percussion only. Okay. I'm a little annoyed that I can't hear this very well. I mean, I guess there's not really anything I can do about that, except to make everyone quieter, which I don't really want. So, make you maybe forte instead of fortissimo. Compared to this. It might sound a little less buzzy that way. So all you guys just do that. Actually, I think I might have preferred this. I think this was a bit more clear in my intention for what the melody is. Okay, I'll switch it back to this. Go, everyone. Okay, it gets very quiet here. And I think here we can have like a more conventional like crescendo. Something like this. actually, maybe you would appreciate... maybe like a little bit of a timpani roll here. A smaller one. Okay. Again? I'm resorting to making you both fortissimo. And just you guys go up to forte, not fortissimo. So yeah, compare this. With the constant kind of string tremolo. Here with the more dynamic one. I really wish you could hear this bass more. I mean, I know they're just strings, so they're never really going to be as loud. I can raise the violas a bit, maybe, but I'm not sure how much that'll help. Or actually, maybe like this, where the cellos play their low, low notes here. Okay. Hello. If I have you play the lowest note that you can play, maybe that'd be more interesting. Okay, well, what intonation? No, you go down here. Okay, this might be a bit strange, but try mezzo piano. You can't really hear that against the full orchestra anyway. Maybe if I had you guys play the C. So... Is there a way I can make all of you guys the same pitch at the same time? I don't think there is. C. Oh. What intonation? No, go back. Everyone C. Low C. I guess I can if I just do this. Alright, bang. Try this. And instead of marcato, can you guys just do like a tenuto maybe? Or maybe an accent. I think the constant bass drum is a little odd. And then I can also do a different bass drum sound. I did like a... Not as loud as I would like it to be. Try here kind of the same rhythm that the other folks are doing. What with like this. And I'm curious what you'll sound like. Percussion only. I think it's really the it's the cymbals that really kind of sell the loudness. So I think maybe we just need more cymbals. Or triangle. I'll take triangle as well. Although triangle might be a bit too bright and piercing. I need something a bit... I guess I have the tam-tam. But that's not really what I want. I like the thunder shade slightly louder. And I could do the suspended symbol. Processus de viole. Whatever that means. Did I add it? My suspicious symbol. There she is. Awesome. I think fortissimo might be much, but anyway, give it a shot. I want the small one. That's so loud because it's a cymbal. Do this one. Something about the cymbal feels very cheesy in a way that I don't really like. I think the thunder sheet just has a more interesting sound. Nice and loud. Like this. And try again. Tam-tam always very loud. And you especially loud on this one. Go. Yeah, nice and loud, nice and loud. Lovely tam-tam sounds. Okay. I could have you be a... Oh no, I clicked on Chopin. That's fine. I'm saved. Okay. Now, are we going without the woodwind? You guys an octave higher, horns. Pretty please. And like I said, fortissimo instead of forte. Kind of like just all the fortes. Okay, that selected all the pianos. I want to select all the fortes. Same subtype, there you go. Octaves. Okay. I think that's better. But not by much, unfortunately. One more time. Or actually, can I let y'all be, once again, tremolos? I don't like the tremolo part. Keep that tremolo. No tremolo. Compare with the old version. You hear how that run sounds like kind of the same volume the entire time. This one I intentionally tried to make a bit more different. I think it's the Thunder Sheet really carrying that, but I love the Thunder Sheet, so I can do whatever it wants. Where did you study orchestration? The library. That's how I learned it. And make all you guys lower. Try. Can you shut up, Piatti? Shush. Let me think for a sec. No. The arpeggio should be a bit louder, maybe. That's what also I was thinking. I want these to be louder, but at the same time, if I push them into fortissimo, that feels a bit... It feels like I'm making them peak a bit too early, you know? So instead of making these guys louder, my idea is to make everyone else quieter, but then I'm like, how do I make them quieter? They're literally all... Other than the melody, they're all playing piano. I guess it's my insistence of making all of them rise all the way up to fortissimo. If I made you rise up to like mezzo forte though, that might be a bit odd. I could try that though. Why not? You know what? All you guys are getting nerfed. Nerf. It's nerf or nothing. And you guys are nothing. Although I'll let the horns be a bit louder. There you go. The Thunder Sheet, as always, is still very loud, but anyway, maybe I should be able to hear the woodwinds now? Not really. It's like a little whisper. Not that one, this one. Try again. And why can't I hear you guys? After all of my work making you guys play the notes, I know you're just gonna screw me over by not being heard. I think, why don't I lower the clarinet voices? There you go. Clarinet, you can be a bit louder, that might help. Okay. It's a trombone sitting in the same place, making it difficult for them. That's true, like the bassoons. That's true. That is... Okay, I'm gonna have to deviate a little bit from Chopin's original score here then. Because like... Well... I would have to make all the trombones sit down here. which they all can't do. I can just get rid of this, I guess, and then have you guys play kind of the same thing. It's like a sailboat in the distance. Wow, wow. Or not a sailboat, like a cargo ship. Wow, wow. Which I guess isn't really a... I guess it is the ocean etude, now that I think about it. It is the ocean. The more it sounds like a ship, the better. Which is why I'm going to add an air horn. Also, I think this tuba is weirdly quiet for being a tuba. I feel like a tuba should be like absolutely blasting it. So you know what? I'm turning up the tuba. No. No. I guess... well, what do we... I was thinking maybe I could add like another bass trombone, but that doesn't sound like a very good idea. Yeah, don't go up to fortissimo, my friend, just forte. Good clearing out. That's what I was thinking too, but then again, I haven't tried it with the strings. The strings down here, like this viola, probably might muddy it up a little bit. I'll let you guys go back up to forte. Yeah, I don't like these fortissimos no more. Why are you slightly off? What the heck is happening? F. Here, select all these. Make them all fortes. And same thing here. Just forte. Okay, everyone? Something about it still feels kind of off, like it's missing something. I'm not sure what that would be, though. I've kind of done everything that I thought I could do. Try... I had this in the other one, but have some, maybe... something like this. Accent... like this. But then that kind of ruins the dynamic push and pull that I had going. You understand your page that gets louder and softer. Maybe the melody do that too, maybe that's it. kind of. What I've done here is it's the C's that play this. Kind of like Vivaldi summer style. If I get rid of them, I'm not so sure. Maybe it's just because the strings don't have quite as much attack as I hoped they would. I can make them louder given that they're the melody. And you guys shush. You know what? Horns, just shut up for a sec. I gotta think. I do want to focus on making you guys easier to hear. This might be a bit strange. I can try replacing these parts with horns. Okay, as I thought they wouldn't be as clear as bassoons. It might just be the new sounds, but either way. But I'm pretty sure that, like, woodwinds are more articulate in general, just based on their construction. What are they part of the arpeggio figure in the cellos? Sure, I can try that. If maybe I can just take like the left-hand part here and the original. What intonation was that? Alright, well. You know what, cello? You don't have to play the high notes. I think something like this. I don't know. Next one. I just remove these. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but anything to get the arpeggios more articulate, I'll probably try. I don't think it really boosted at a substantial amount. Let me revert you back to the way you was. I feel like there's gotta be a better way. Make the winds crescendo and decrescendo if you want to try. I mean, I think they kind of already do that, but not in a way that I really like, because I want to hear these bassoons. I can't hear them very well. I mean, they sound fine if I isolate them, right? I could just make the bassoons louder, I guess. Maybe a bass clarinet would be more articulate. If I just kind of take you. Just as an experiment, I'll mute the third bassoon. Actually, you know what? If I used maybe like a baritone saxophone, that would probably be much more clear. Although the musical saxophone is unbearably loud. So if I did like one baritone and one tenor saxophone, there you go. And gave them these parts. Let me mute the second and third clarinet, not clarinet, bassoons. Try. Give them a bit more reverb. That's better, but only like slightly. Baritone, tenor, and two altos, you know, the way it was meant to be. Here, I guess it's the same thing, so you can just shush here. If I have you on this one and you... Oh, dang, that's slightly too low. That annoys me. Oh my gosh. Just ever so slightly too low. I guess that means I'm adding another tenor saxophone. Get over here. Bang. You guys need like a ton of reverb to sound good though on MuseScore because of reasons. Oh, I just realized, no, I think I just copied and pasted the wrong... No, that's correct. Okay, that sounds kind of goofy. Let me make it just a tiny bit quieter. You know, saxophone, I really want to love you, but that's probably one of the wackiest things I've ever heard for orchestra. It's probably the alto saxophone. That sounds kind of goofy though. I'll put it back on oboes. Let me hear the woodwinds one more time. It just sounds so fake. I don't... That's how I would describe it. It just sounds like... It just sounds wrong. I don't know. Sorry, saxophones. about your goofy sound. And the bassoon sounded more coherent with the rest of the instruments. That's what I was thinking too. I don't know if that's just like my orchestral bias kicking in or anything. I do think the bassoons, like, of course there are saxophones are much more articulate, but the bassoons had a better, at least for this specific use case, they sounded more in line with the rest of the orchestra. It might just be the sampling of new sounds, but then again, I don't know, man. I'm a little suspicious of the saxophones. What if it's the piccolo? I do have the piccolo emphasizing this one note. Hold on, I think I muted you guys. Let me mute the piccolo. Assembling of saxophones are seldom good. That's true. Saxophones sound much better when actual people are playing them. Well, all instruments do, but saxophone especially. I could try putting you on some instruments like a tuba. You guys are kind of already playing the C, but whatever, that's easy to replace. If I put you on tuba. Tuba should be pretty nice and fast. And then you maybe on a horn. And then maybe you on another horn. And so I guess something like this. That's better. Okay, it might be getting covered up by the percussion though, so I'm gonna mute some of you guys. I put you back on the contrabassoon. Contrabassoon plus tuba. Okay. You know what? I guess I see no reason to not also have the bassoons play this. So there you go. I'll make the timpani play with soft mallets and see what that sounds like. As much as I would like to give this to trombones, that might not be such a good idea. Okay, well, we did get the arpeggios back, and I can hear them now. I want this part to be also played by the first bassoon so I can hear it better. Okay. That was the older version with the... So in that one the melody is a bit more clear, and this one the arpeggios are a bit more clear. And you know what? What if I can bring back the more sustained melody if I just do something like this. And then you, timpani, I would like you to do something a bit more like this. Not that far apart. Something like this. Try this. I really, really like this sound. But it is a bit strange. Old version more like some sort of magic related thing than the ocean. That's true. I'm not really opposed to that though. I think it's maybe just because of the way that I like to orchestrate things, it sounds kind of magical. I do really like that sound, but you are right that I should probably be going for the ocean. Let's make you slightly quieter. I like that low rumble though. Have the tom-toms do their tom-tom thing, and you can be bass drum. Actually, no. I think I should do the tom-toms, and I had another tom-tom on top. What else is there to add? I don't want to add too many percussions, but also I want to add a lot of percussions because who doesn't? Percussion really makes it. Yeah, the trombones aren't doing anything. I'm not sure what they would do. I guess they can maybe play the melody. Get over here. Bang. You can go for the magic. The title Ocean wasn't given by Chopin. That's true. But also I don't know if Chopin even titled anything that I ever wrote besides Nocturne and Impromptu and Prelude. Okay, Marcato might be a bit too much for trombone. You can just be... Trombones are underrated and holy. I don't know if I would call them underrated. A trombone has been around for a pretty long time. You know who I think is not overrated, underrated? The thunder sheet. I think more composers need to write thunder sheet in all of their works. Every symphony, I better see a thunder sheet. All of you watching right now, I better see a thunder sheet in all of your symphonies. Otherwise, are you even a composer if you don't thunder the sheet? You know what they say, composer in the streets and thunder in the sheets. I don't... Bass trombone. I kind of want bass trombone maybe to play the C. C, go C. Oh, you play C. I don't really like that either. Here, try this. What if, guys? But what if? You know, guys. But what if? But but what if? But what if? But what if? But what if? Guys, but what if? Bang. Bang. Okay, wait, but but what if? No, yet, but what if? But what if? Okay, but what if? But what if? And then I guess if I specified with that one, I should also do the same here. You know what? Hard mallet, sure. I like it hard. Trombones 1 and 2 an interval apart. Well, we have 3 interval of trombone. Is that what we want? You know, if I'm doing that, I might as well just put it on the trumpet an octave higher. Might as well throw in a taiko drum and an anvil. You're so right. You know, everyone get in here. Every percussion... The percussion section is getting so large. Okay, but what if? But what if? Every drum ever. No, wait, I wanted to change the anvil one. Here. Do I have a... There you are. Are there any fun sounds I can play here? Break drum. Was that a cowbell? Oh, awesome. But I want an anvil. What does a taiko sound like? Oh my goodness, gravy. Wow. Get out the sirens? Sure. Is there a siren? Maybe car horn? Carillon? Isn't that a bell? It's a bell. Hold on, is there anything that's like similar? It's probably unpitched. Oh man, that's a lot of drums. Oh, there's the anvil. Gong. Finger cymbals, iron, metal, pipe falling, foghorn. Ah, not foghorn. Bird call, cannon. I'm gonna walk past that before I make any bad decisions. Log drum, ban. There doesn't seem to be... I mean, I don't necessarily need to... There's nothing here that says specifically, like, car horns. I know Gershwin called for horns at one time, so I don't know why there aren't them here unless they count as pitched percussion, which I guess they might. Steel drum, tubaphone. No? There's it. No? Hand bell, tunes gong, hand chime, kimbalam. What the heck is a kimbalam? Whoa. This looks kind of cool. the Kimbalam. Cymbalam? No, it's Kimbalam now. Also Kimball or wait, if this is pronounced symbol, then this is just the it's just the symbol. Also, how am I supposed to play? Do you strike it with mallets? Is a type of chordophone composed of a large trapezoidal box on legs with metal strings stretched across its top and a dampened pedal underneath. It was designed and created by Joseph Schunde in 1874 in Budapest, based on his modifications to the existing hammered dulcimer. Yeah, this kind of looks similar to that, which are already present in Central and Eastern Europe. Instrument is played in Hungary, Slovakia, Moravia, Belarus, Romania, Moldova, and Ukraine. Kimbalam is specifically played by striking two. Oh wait, hold on. Where's a performance of someone playing the Kimbalam? Man, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. I wish I could be that cool. Oh, this is like a solo one. Oh my goodness gravy, what in... Yikes. Well, that wasn't very good sound. This one was really cool. Okay, well, anyway. That's not... That's not what we're looking for, though. Flexitone. Is the foghorn a marching instrument? I don't think it is. There's not even anything here that I would call close to a foghorn. Unless it's one of these names that I don't know, but I feel like a horn would just be called a horn. Bow, bow. You know what? You can... I'll replace it with metal pipe falling sound effect. That's so weak. What a weak sauce sound. Okay. But you're not actually going to be the iron pipe. I'm just using that as a placeholder. Because I think I actually have a horn sound here. Foghorn. And I can just rename this to be a foghorn. It would be classed as a wind instrument. I mean, I guess. Foghorn. Are you guys ready for foghorn? Why does it sound like a cello? It's a cello horn. Wow. Any other weird things I can add instead? Cuckoo whistle, bongos. That foghorn wasn't as cool as I thought it would sound. Is it a pitched instrument? Does the sound font come with some pitches? Where's the here? You know, you're getting replaced with a horn. Any horns? Nope. You're getting changed to a horn in F. You know, you're getting changed to a horn in B flat basso. There you go. Wow. Do you have sounds like you told a cello player to make an elephant sound. No, oddly specific and correct. Nope, it only has the one sound. Well, that's kind of lame. I was hoping for a more dissonant sound instead of that. Anything that's kind of similar to that? Do you just have like a normal car horn? Pop tambourine? That's probably it. Car horn! Yeah? What is that? Is that a rubber chicken? Well, how many car horn sounds are there? Can you hold it? No. You guys can't hold the car horn? Why is this in yellow? Oh, because it's the basso. Dang it. None of you guys have the horn sound I want. This sucks. Can I change the model of the car? Nope. I was hoping I could. We'll get him next time. Windmaker. Unfortunate. I mean, I guess I could just. I think Wagner tubas sound like foghorns more than that stupid foghorn did. I don't have a Wagner tuba sound, but I think they sound pretty close. In fact, I think they're probably the closest that the orchestra's ever gotten to what sounded like a cargo ship. And the Wagner tuba is what? Unison tuba and a bassoon and a low register might do. I was thinking like bass trombones, but like slightly out of tune. I actually used that trick before in a thing. Something like... accidentals is what I want. Which one do you use the quarter sharp? This one. No, my thing disappeared. Okay, that's not as loud as I would like it to be. That sounds a bit too resonant, though. Or not resonance. Consonants. If I did it here, it might be better. Yep, just like that. Awesome. You guys aren't that loud, but whatever. Maybe this patch is a bit louder. I think that's a beautiful sound. But not what we want. We want loud. Maybe it has to do with the... Sorry, I was getting temporarily distracted by the bird outside my window. Going, hoo, I'm an owl. That's not what it said. Okay, but what if... Oh wait, I forgot I added the taiko. I was wondering what that sound was. You guys are quieter than I thought you'd be. That sounds more like the original, but with the... Okay, this is just MIDI feedback, but with the melody being all the way down here. Let me combine you guys together. What intonation? What? Oh, I see. I was thinking of doing this. You guys both together. So I could focus on having y'all here. I'm just gonna do this so it's easier for me to read. Something just like what the trombones are doing. In fact, I'll just take this because I'm lazy. What if I have them play the entire time? The entire measure's worth? No accent. Just tenuto maybe. Horn can do the accent. Trombones and tuba just do... not tuba, tenuto. No tremolo in the cello. And how about octaves in the cello? Okay. Here, let me change the patch of these to have the... let's do the horn ensemble one for y'all. Hopefully this will sound a bit nicer. Okay, I mean it's like a darker sound, and that's closer to what Chopin himself wrote. Then the violins then aren't doing anything. Okay, I'm getting a little suspicious here that I haven't actually improved this from what was happening before. I think maybe removing the loud trombone part. I think keeping this is fine. Maybe not in the last one. Or whoopsies. Here, can you just do these hits of the... All woodwinds and brass? Try you guys in the violins, I guess. What intonation was that? Oh, it's probably you. Get out of here. That's probably the scariest thing I've ever heard. Anyway, go. Oh wait, that's probably not... I think violin arpeggios like that sound a bit too much like a Harry Potter. I'm not gonna lie. Wow. Try. I'm having a little bit of problem with these trombones because they are covering up the arpeggios and the other instruments. If I make you quieter, what does that feel like? I feel like a tuba has to be much louder than that. Go, tuba, louder. Loud tuba. I didn't want to do this, but I'll try making the woodwinds one dynamic louder. Okay, as I thought, that didn't really change anything. Okay, I'm gonna try this. I'm just gonna make the third shade quieter. And I'll make you on the trumpets. No. The arpeggios look like stickmen side by side. You know, I guess if you squint, then sure. If you're, yeah, if you're viewing the stream from like a football field away, then I guess. Okay. I see you're watching my stream on the Kiss Cam. The arpeggios are really annoying. It's mostly the middle section here that I can't hear very well. Oh, I'm artificially boosting them so I can hear them. You know, I could add more instruments, I guess. I don't really want to, but if I really think that they're not loud enough, I could add more. I have like 3 clarinet, because I do have 4 bassoons, really. I don't really want to do that, but more triangle. See, I would have already done that if I thought it sounded good, because I love the triangle, but unfortunately I had to go out back and shoot it. Just kidding, it's still in the piece, but it's a little bit too glittery. It needs to be more angry, which is why the thunder sheet is here. And who doesn't love the thunder sheets? It's a thunder sheets. Clarinets. Go. And then oboe as well. That's not oboe. Hold on, I selected the wrong one. No, 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 go back. Go. And then try, you guys go back, here, and you can go here. Okay. Okay, now let's hear what you sound like with all the winds together. Okay, that's better, I think. Can you add a... hold on. Let's add a second tuba, also known as a euphonium. Get over here. I want the euphonium to play... why is the euphonium under the tuba? That's not how euphonium works. Alright, whatever. I'll use a tuba sound, which I know is like sacrilegious, but also I don't care. I'm going to take the... oh... second voice off of you. I'll just pick it off. Where's the... here. Put it here. And also delete it from this. There you go. Do the old switcheroo. And delete. Let me try the tuba sound. Oh, woodwinds, brass. Okay, try this. Okay. I think that's what I've kind of sacrificed in like general noisiness and vigor. I'm trying to go back and make the melody itself more clear. So I think in that one the arpeggios are more clear. That's something that the piano, of course, has a huge advantage over over an orchestra, is that the notes are extremely clear. And translating it to like woodwinds and strings, just it won't be the same. So I just kind of have to do what I can. I'll bring you and then, you know what, I'll try you one octave higher again. No, I preferred you nice and down low. Okay. And now I just kind of have to do what I did, but over here. Which I guess I already did. The contra bassoon is now playing the low line. Or have you play this. And I had you guys play together. No. You played this. And you both played this. Okay. And the go away, you guys. I had the horns play part of the arpeggios, again, to make them a little clearer, easier to hear. Forte. You guys were playing like this though, that's true. And you guys were doing something similar. Yeah, that's fine. And then what is this? Bass trombone? Wait. No, trombone and bass trombone go away. You explode. And actually no, you also up here. And then you and the bass trombone, you just kind of do bow, 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 bow. That's my bass trombone impression. And you guys all at muff. Not fuff, but muff. Uh-huh. And then we had the tuba and euphonium. Okay, you all together. All together now. All together now. All together now. All together now. Put you here. Ow. Good. Okay. And I had you guys. Yes, you all want to. Where's the horn here? I guess I want to fortissimo here. Okay, coolio, and just do what you were doing here, because again, I'm very good at this. You can be a bit noisier here. And tom-toms do the same thing, because again, very good composer. Bang. You go to f. Where's the f? Go to f. Which one of you is f? There you go, f. Awesome. I don't like what the bass drum's doing here. I think it's stupid. Just go to like that, and then do that again. There you go. Get rid of these Fs. I don't give Fs. Try here, not you, this. This. I think that, well, here, you Thunder Sheets, my Thunder friend. You can do all the fun stuff. You have an action here. And you, big and loud, big and loud. Okay. Violins double flutes and make them like 30-second tremolo. That's so fast. I already tried the violins and the woodwinds. They're just, it just sounds like Harry Potter. That's not what I want. Try again. Here, actually, violins don't get introduced until the last part of the phrase. Okay. Try again, from the beginning. Something feels like it's getting louder even though it isn't. Which is bizarre. What the heck is happening? Why is something getting louder if there's no getting louder marked? It's just my imagination. Okay. Okay. Oh, you go away. Back here. You know what? Nice and evil C here. Oh wait, I forgot I'm only selecting one note. There. I guess here I should say A2. Actually, no, start from over here. I gotta do the same dynamics, right? Yeah. Looking for discrepancies. Okay, awesome. Now what did Chopin write? Chopin? Where did Chopin write here? Okay. There's like this big beautiful arpeggio here. Not quite sure what to put there. Let me just put you in some combination of flutes just temporarily. Dang. That isn't gonna make any sense at all, but I just want to see it first. What the notes are all together so I can kind of judge what to do here. Okay, woodwinds. Shut up for a bit. I want the instrumentation, or not the instrumentation, really. I still think most of the arpeggios are going to go in the woodwinds because woodwinds are more articulate. I know people keep asking me about that. Why are you putting in the woodwind? It's the woodwind's job to do runs like these. The violins, they can do it. It just won't. You're not going to hear every note like you would in a woodwind. That's why they're called the woodwind, because you would hear them. Got them. Anyway. This third bassoon is weirdly quiet. This bassoon patch is so quiet. Give me a different one. I know this one's like extremely loud. And you know what? I'm adding another clarinet. There you go. Bass clarinet. I would trust you not to put the trombone in alto clef. Who is putting the trombone in alto clef? Is it an alto trombone? Actually, you probably belong in what the contribution is playing, Mr. Bass Clarinet. Yeah. I don't think a clarinet can play that low C. No, I can't. That's what I thought. I think its lowest note is like D or something. Unless I had an alto clarinet, which I don't. I wish I had an alto clarinet so much. I know all the people are like, bleh, 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 alto clarinet, bleh. Yeah, I want an alto clarinet. Why isn't there an alto clarinet? Tell me. I would get so much out of that thing. If only I had one. Alright, time to break up this guy. This is terrible. Oh my gosh. Look at all those notes. Okay, I gotta look at how I did it here before. I'm okay with having the cellos maybe play these lower notes, but I don't really want the violins taking over in the higher notes. I want it to sound brilliant like a flute. It just sounds windier that way. At least in my mind it does. It might not actually. It might sound windier with violins. I don't know what windier is even supposed to sound like, but it just sounds windier. Wow. Also, I think you're supposed to be like that. There you go. I'm trying to make all these instruments fall on the eighths, so it's easier to count in. I feel like if they fall on the 16ths, it'd be more difficult. And so that's why I'm arranging it like this, even though it leads to some weird, wacky patterns. So I'm intentionally being a little careful here. I know I added that bass clarinet, but I'm going to choose to ignore it for a sec. Okay, and let's have the oboe play this arpeggio here, which is... Oh no, not there. You nerd. Well, like I said, don't fall like right there. Oh, how squeaky. Squeaky, squeaky. That's whatever, we can... It'll get covered up. Could probably get away with doing something like this for my oboe friends. Like this. Yeah, and... Hold on, I'm thinking, much like Barney. I'm thinking. And that high part is going in the piccolo low. There you go, piccolo low. You can play that note, because I know you're wanting to. Why is it not playing anything? Oh, I probably muted it. Why did I mute the piccolo again? What a beautiful note. Oh my goodness, gravy. Oh, this is more clear. And back, wait, no. The oboes are playing the lower voices, which I am very expertly not put anywhere. There you go. Hold on, I'm concentrating so hard on getting this right. I'm okay with the bassoons doing this. And then you by the clarinets is what you're going to, no, oboes, that's right, oboes. Why the heck, what intonation? You do this, you do this. Get rid of these stupid second voice thingies. Yes, I'm trying to make it symmetrical, which is why I keep. Okay, hold on. Let me get rid of these. I know this is the melody, but we'll get to that. Arpeggio first, because this is the hard part. Well, it's not the hard part, but whatever. You know what I mean. And then after that is bassoon. Not high G makes me a little worried, but we'll see. Okay. And, well... Okay, you know what? You two, you're going to be helped out by y'all. You're actually more of a viola line, I think, so I'll put you there. And you can go here, and I'll also... See, these guys just sound a bit messy. I guess I can get rid of the contrabass, maybe. I will admit that you do sound kind of goofy, though. Okay, euphonium, I believe you played what you're doing. And tuba, I believe you played what you're doing. And I just want to hear what this sounds like. Okay. Together, everyone. Okay, this just sounds kind of odd. But I'll let them play that, I guess. I don't think I want like a brass fanfare here. I want something a bit smoother and nicer. Horns can stay, but violins I think are gonna take this melody. That's not it. And it's... And the melody kind of reappears over here, which is just bizarre. I'm not sure if it actually does that. It appears here. That's so odd. out of here, contrabass. These cellos just sound odd. I don't really like them. I'll leave it up to the other guys. And you know what? Maybe viola helping out here too. Ah, I thought I got rid of you. No, I got rid of the euphonium. Dang, that's actually the opposite of what I wanted to do. And then I want you to do some very glorious sounding stuff here, I guess. And I want big triangle part. And sure. Where's the here? Nice and loud. Crescendo! I press the button, you do the crescendo! Muse score, you stupid program. Oh my gosh. Nice and big and loud. And you know what? I want Piatti. I kind of want it specifically on this note here that the piccolo plays, but like, of course Chopin had to write it literally on like the note right before the beats, which is so annoying. I don't know if any percussionist is going to be able to count that in perfectly. I can kind of fake it by having it fall on the 4th beat instead of the 16th note right before the 4th beat. I just hope that doesn't sound too odd, but it might. Right, go. Oh man. None of that. Harmony maybe would be better. Like that. I'm not sure if I want the other brasses to play this, but we'll just kind of do this for now. What intonation? Oh, you're a trumpet. I thought you were a horn for some reason. And also, I don't really like this either. Okay, try this. And try a different contrabassoon sound. Okay. Bass clarinet. I did add a bass clarinet. I didn't do anything with it though, because I don't know. I don't know why it didn't actually. Could have it do what the contrabassoon is doing, although that would mean having this low C. Okay, hold on. Can I reset these stupid beam directions? Can I just do that for the entire score? Oh no, which one is it? Formats? Reset beams. No. Add a little bit of viola. I did. The thing about the viola is that I can't hear it. It's so quiet. I've set shapes and positions. That looks about right. Okay, can I hear from the beginning? Sure. Give me a moment though. I'm thinking about what to do for the bass clarinets. I could make it do what the contra bassoon was doing, or maybe what the bassoon was doing. You know what? Bassoon, you're getting replaced. You're getting... Also, why is there no... There. And also forte. Nice and loud. Okay, well... The thing is, despite this sounding kind of fun, I'm not sure how much an actual bass clarinetist would like that, because I know the bass clarinet and clarinets in general, based just on their like, I'm sure it's possible, but not without some difficulty. And at least in my view, when you orchestrate something, you should make it as easy as possible for your players. Unless they're a soloist, then you can do whatever you want with them. You can torture them, I don't care. But when it comes to, like, actually, like, writing it for a full orchestra, you might as well make it as easy as possible. Okay, I guess any percussion I want to add here? I mean, I do like that, this here. You know what, Thunder Sheet, you also play. Go. Why is one of you down and one of you up? What is this? Why are you... What? 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 Did I do that? Wait. That's formats, shapes and positions. Oh, okay, fine. I guess you're just like this now. All the other ones just wrong. Actually, no. I think Tam Tam would be better. Beautiful. Okay, percussion together. I guess that's fine. And you know what? Triple forte. Go. Okay, I didn't actually expect that to make it any louder. I'm not sure how loud one pair of cymbals can really be. Okay. Go! Okay, I clicked the beginning button, meaning it should start from the beginning, but then it didn't. That was underwhelming. That's it. Something I did notice when on replaying this though is that it sounded very swampy, in a way that I didn't really like. Even with the trombones in place. What if I made the cymbals louder? It's actually pretty hard to hear the cymbals. Did I turn them down? I did a tiny bit, but not enough to probably make a substantial difference. Oh my gosh. MPO. I clearly wrote MP. You dum-dum. Bit louder. Okay. Again. timpanis seem awfully loud here. Maybe I should have that in the beginning too. One tom-tom. Hold on, get rid of that so I can have a bigger emphasis on this. Okay. Moments Musico number 4. I've never heard of that one. I think you guys should be in octaves. I think I'll sound better. And I think it's gotta be you like this. Okay. I was thinking of making the cellos an octave lower, but I think that would kind of ruin it. It doesn't have quite that. It sounds a bit. The cello's like dragging it down, making it a bit more somber. It needs to be a bit more heroic. But not in like a trumpet kind of way. More in, I don't know. Let me put you back on bassoon. Okay, that's just really goofy, but whatever. I'm not so sure. What instrument does this belong on? I'm almost feeling like I want to add like, oh, I don't know. I was thinking something like dark, like usually if I were orchestrating this, like if this was an original piece, I would opt for a piano because a piano has a wonderful dark range where it's still very clear what notes you're playing, but it's very dark. Of course, the challenge here is that I'm trying not to have a piano because otherwise I would just make it a concerto, and that doesn't. That kind of defeats the point in my opinion. So I'm trying to avoid doing that. So my second thought was maybe like a marimba. I'm not sure if a marimba would be quite angry enough though. Is the thing. The marimba's not very angry. French horn or trombone. I could do that. Something like this would probably not be very good on a trombone. The horn, maybe. Trombone, probably not. And these notes on a horn, probably not very good. These ones on the horn, maybe. Go here. Although, those are some pretty big leaps. I know it's an etude, but, you know. Oh, why is the music so hard? It's almost like it was designed to be. The bassoon here has kind of a similar tone quality to the horn, but it's much more clear what the notes are, which is why I opted for it. Here, you know what? would probably improve this is if I actually slowed down the tempo. Let me move you back to like there. Even slower. Like 140-ish. Are you only playing forte? Play fortissimo. More C. Okay, you know what? That's kind of growing on me. Let me have like this. Okay. If I had you on clarinet and bass clarinet. No, you're getting kind of buried by the strings in a way that I think is wrong. Let me just make sure you guys are getting doubled correctly. Bow, 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 bow. I want some kind of pitched percussion, but which one do I choose? Maybe like marimba. Let me choose just the single staff marimba. Oh, I forgot to add it. I know it says okay, but I think I need to click the arrow to add it. There you go. I think marimba might be what I want. Like I said, it doesn't sound quite angry enough, but maybe that's fine. Well, we'll see. Can you please, pretty please, play? Or are you marimba? Nice and loud, my friend. You know what? Where's the layouts? I probably should have made you a double staffy one. There you are. There you are. Bang. I don't think this is going to be very good, but no, that's as I suspected. Okay. I mean, I could do this. That might be kind of fun. Go, percussion. Okay. Do please this. Hold on, where's the what are you called? Brackets! Brackets! That's what I need. I need brackets! Okay, hold on. Clef. You do this. Thing. There you go. Love your work. Thank you. I'm trying. Okay. You guys are the same instrument, right? And I kind of want... No, 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 no. That's not what I wanted. Fortissimo! Oh my gosh, that's so loud. Perfect. Oh my gosh, what a hit. That's probably the loudest hit I've ever written. Look at those fortissimos. That's my Thunder Sheet impression. Actually, do a longer crescendo, please. No, no, what? I pressed Control D, that means add dynamics. There you go, add that. 2 sets of timpani is peak. That's because the Ocean Etude is just awesome and demands 2 sets of timpani. Oh wait, I don't need that, that's redundant. Bang. You know what? Everyone come back. Lots of timpani. Oh my gosh! You're supposed to come in probably here. Although once again, Chopin has very helpfully put the melody 1/16 before the downbeats. Or not the downbeat, but before the beat. It doesn't fall on the actual first beat, which messed me up here. That's not right. How's the percussion supposed to count that, and they're supposed to count 1/16 before, and it's it's like it's allegro. I guess it's not impossible, but it's like unnatural almost. Like, of course it works when you're the pianist because you're in control of all the voices, but when it comes to a full orchestra, I'm not sure how well that would be handled. And I've kind of already cheated it by having, like, I wanted this loud piccolo hit here. Sorry, it's like a fire alarm. Let's see how that's 1 beat. I don't know if you can tell, but this is like 1 beat here. This is just ever so slightly before the 4th beat, which is so annoying. So I've approximated it by having it the cymbals and stuff crash here. You hear how the piccolo comes slightly before the cymbals? Like if I maybe, what would it sound like if I had you guys like, let me get rid of that. How'd you guys fall on the beat? See how that's a bit more, how that lines up more? I'll put it... But it very annoyingly does not fall in the 4th beat. mean, I think both ways sound fine, weirdly. The other one where it fell on this beat is, you know, it's, I hesitate to say more correct, but it's more precise. And I guess I could do something this similar for here, but it's not gonna make me happy. Okay. Big and loud. Not so loud the second time. But still loud. Wait, no. Add it to... like this. Delete that. I want like a roll here. Oh yeah, and up to a fortissima, please. Actually, hold this slightly longer, my friend, and do like this. Go. No symbols. No symbols. Bass drum is fine though. And tom-toms. Hardest piece you have to compose so far? The one that I haven't finished. Which is precisely why I'm doing this exercise of orchestrating, is because I cannot finish that one thing that one project that I'm doing. This is why I'm not writing original music right now. Okay, and where's the... Is this just like the same arpeggio? It looks like it. The melody here might be different, but... Oh my gosh, shut up. If it's the same, then I can just do this. Yoink. Wow. Composing's so easy. Dang. Once again, you fall on the 4th beat. So... Psh. A Mahler hammer would be very awesome there, but I don't have such a device. If only, if only. I would be using so much Mahler hammer if I could. Okay, this feels a little unnatural, but whatever. Just tuba. Is Euphony able to play that low notes? No, that's what I suspected. Okay. Then get out of here. And I imagine these notes are a little bit different. D4. C3. What am I doing? I can just take the what in tarnation. No, what the get out of here. And you too. Bang. This is just disgusting. That doesn't help. I'm sticky bind to fix this again. There you go. Okay. There you go, there's the wrong note. Okay. And now, new melody. Where's the melody? Oh, it appears here. When did you get the new character? I don't know what you're talking about. Go! Oh yeah, wait, horns. Also, I don't like the double horns. Maybe like... Go again. Go! Oh my gosh, what was that? Try this. I don't like trumpet playing that. I think trombone might be a bit better. Get over here, trombone. Trombone a bit higher. Okay. Why are the strings so quiet? Maybe that's just me. Here's the thing, because the melody is in like the tenor slash bass. I mean, really, it's in like the alto voice, I think, but like, yeah, the melody is technically over here. I don't really want to nerf the volume of any of these guys. I kind of like it the way it is. But maybe I should. Try again from the beginning. Oh, that's right. You guys... Or actually, no, you did go up to fortissimo. Then why are you so loud? Let me restart MuseScore real quick. Get out of here, Chopin. Was it Ocean? There you go. I think, because I think I did have the fortissimos there before, but unfortunately, dang. Where? Okay, try again. That's a bit better. And then what happened? Oh wait, I closed the score, that's right. I pressed Control P by accident. Yeah. Open Sesame. Open it. Open my projects. There she is. Yeah, wait, how does the arpeggio change here? It was E, G, E, E, G, E, right? And then this is D, G. So I could probably get away with... Hold on. I'm gonna figure out how to do this. So all these E's turn to D's. Which I can do very easily. Wow, genius. Okay, so it goes C. I got like this wonderful figure here in the bass, but that does mean I have to change you manually. Oh no, work! Oh wait, you guys turn to D's. I forgot that. Wow. Okay, that looks correct. Okay. And you're being helped out by the horns. That looks correct. I guess bring back the... Yeah, it just sounds so wrong when it falls on there, so it's gotta fall on the U, the second beat, which is... whatever. Yeah, it'd be a bit higher. Actually doing this. Okay. And then same thing here. That's probably it. Oh yeah, and the tuba part, that's right, the tuba is very important. And I guess bass trombone as well. Bass trombone, just do what the tuba's doing. Good. And yeah, the bass is still C. Oh wait, and you fall on the second beat, not the first beat. I'm very smart. Okay. Marcato, tie. And I did do the melody, that's correct. I kind of want to add some glockenspiel here. I feel like I have a feeling this might be a bit too goofy. But I just kind of want to hear what it sounds like, maybe. Go. I mean, it's cute, but not really what we want, I guess. I could have the glockenspiel kind of play these upper bits, though, which might be fun. And fun for me, not for the glockenspiel. Or maybe it is fun for the glockenspiel, but I think more fun for me. And I guess Chopin wrote it, so it's more fun for him. But whatever. Where are you, glockenspiel? Bang. Dang, I don't think you'll be able to play that high. I cannot play this one E. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I'm so disappointed in you, glockenspiel. Anyway, combine. Please combine. Oh my gosh. In fact, why am I even asking? I could just make you play with this thing. No, I like that less than I thought I would. What in the world is going on here? What kind of rust is that? Oh my goodness, it won't even let me change it. No, 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 no. Fix yourself. What is this? How do I... But no, that's wrong button. I pressed the wrong thing. What is this? How are you like this? You're not supposed to... No, that's the measure. No, change the... What? Why is this rest trying to fly away? Stop it. Oh my goodness, this rest is broken. How'd you do this? How do I even fix you? Oh, there you go. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Not sure why you'd ever want to do that, but you can. Make your rests leave the score. Oh, we're flying away. Okay. Okay, hold on. Can I... Time to add the other thing. Actually, just take the same thing. There you go. D, C. And then bang, 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 but bang. Dang, Viola cannot play this. I'm so sad. Just do this, I guess. It's like pentatonic, ain't it? It's... Okay. And now for some more. This is just the same, but like different arpeggios. I sure hope so, because I'm pretty lazy and I don't want to do it again. Watch this. Dear Jamma. Watch this. Bang. Dang, that sounds wrong. What's wrong? Ah, there's Fs. It's not C minor like I thought it was. It's a F minor. Dang it. Okay, well, C, A flat, C. So I can do this. So... And then you go. Everyone goes C, F, C. Wait, hold on. Let me just put you where you was. You go C, A flat, and then I think you're the other one. Yeah. So we're both C. Okay. Oh wait, no, these arpeggios are completely different. I just wasted all that time for nothing. No, these arpeggios are slightly different. Hold on just a second. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I did all that. Yeah, they take a 1 bar instead of like 1 1/4. Dang it. Is that similar to one of these I did before? Okay, fine. I'll nick one of these then. So it's one of these. And this one is C, G, C, and then E. No, this one's C. C, E, C. Chuck E. Cheese. There you go. And the bottom ones are like this, so. No, no, no. Just you. And you gotta be, C, A, right, A flat. Wait. All the G's go to A flat and all the E's go to F. Okay, so I can probably do this. And I could probably do this. There you go. Awesome. There you go. Okay, that's correct. Goodness gravy. Oh my gosh, that's wrong. It doesn't have quite the same bite though. Try again. What's the melody? And probably another... There you go. Awesome. And you're both C, right? Yeah, so marcato here. Beautiful. Nice big timpani hits. Go. Actually, that just sounds kind of stupid. See, come on, Chopin. The melody doesn't fall in the downbeats. Keeps annoying me. Oh well. I mean, I knew that looking into the sheet music, obviously, but just like having to now write for orchestra, it's making me a little antsy. Oh, but there's got to be like something that falls down there. Anyway, tuba, do your thing. Oh, and buttabin. And the melody. And the horn. You here, and you, and you. Okay, try again. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the secret, very secret orchestration stream. I could probably do... That's my triangle sound. Up to fortissimo, please. Good. And I don't want it to be so tumultuous like the beginning, so just do your many cymbals. Okay, hold on. I think tam-tam's a bit much. Maybe no thunder sheet. You know, thunder sheet can stay. I like it. Actually, if the euphonium isn't doing anything, then it can help out with the melody. Where's the melody? the trombone. There you are. Trombone, save us. Okay, you know what? You guys just shush here, so because this looks a bit stupid. I'm gonna get rid of that. Euphonium a bit lower. Good. It doesn't sound quite so clear. Like the melody feels a bit like it's hiding. It's more like wow 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 instead of bow 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 like I want it to be. So then but then how am I supposed to get that done? the Windows XP background. There it is. It's so blissful. Wowie. You can set your music score background to whatever you want. Pretty cool, right? Man, my stomach kind of hurts. I had like an entire mocha. I drank it very quickly. And it hurt my stomach. So I don't think I'll be doing that. Octavate the violin 1 and 2 in the Mozart way. There's no way you just said octavate. Great word. Let's try it. See, it sounds nice, but it's kind of deviating from Chopin's writing. Okay. Sound fonts you're using? These are the Berlin sounds. I could do trumpet. I did not like the trumpet earlier. Hi, bass clarinet, who was doing nothing. You know what, bass clarinet, goodbye. Bang. I just want to say goodbye. Maybe... Oh wait, this is not it. Over here. Writing for orchestra is deviating from Chopin's writing. That's true. I understand that sentiment. It's just more like I'm trying to kind of stick to it and not become not take too much liberty with it. Because as much as I think it's fine if you want to do something like that, but this is just like an exercise, right? So I'm trying to keep it cool. Not add too many notes that Chopin didn't write, if you know what I mean. So it's mostly just like a challenge thing. Of course, if I was like writing this for like my own, like if this was my composition, then I probably would do that. But the melody here is in the bass, which is an interesting challenge, really, because of course the melody being in the bass makes it more difficult to hear. So trying to find ways to accentuate the melody being down in the bass. Which means more trombone. Maybe instead of tenuto, you need to be like accented. That sounds kind of stupid. If I did that in the... what do you call it? The strings? That might sound a bit better. Because here, at least at the beginning, it's playing marcato, right? Oh wait, you're still an octave up. No, that sounds kind of dumb. Oh wait, no, go back. Get rid of the accents, replace with the nudo. You know what, trumpets, come back. I'm tagging you back in the game. Okay, you know what, trumpets? Maybe I misjudged you. That's actually kind of awesome. And here you go. Here, make the melody last a bit longer. There you go. Here. Hold on. I need something like I need fish sticks and custard. No hit there. Don't last the whole time. And some toms. Just a low tom. Just a low tom. Good. You know what? Both of you tremolo. Try this. And a little tiny teeny bit of cymbal. And by little teeny tiny bit, I mean the same thing as before. Maybe a little quieter. Maybe just let me see. Nope. No triangle. Maybe tam. Tam. Nice. Can you do like a thunder sheet movement here with like this? Nice. What sample library to use? It sounds better than Muse sound. These are the Berlin sounds. No, you can find them on somewhere. I forgot where. Okay, I'll be back. I'm gonna go use the bathroom and take a tiny little break, but then I'll be back maybe to write some more music. So Boo. I'm back. If you guys want to join the Discord server, which I have, you can find me speaking to other people. Pretty cool, right? It's in the description. If you're dumb enough to join. Which I know you are, because you're probably already in it. Okie pokey dokey. Blah, 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 blah. We're back. The trumpet here sounds too brash. I want it to be a little bit quieter. What happened to the tenutos? Why are you not in this? No, why are you not here? What the heck? Go back to tenuto. I'm becoming more and more iffy about this marimba part. Also, what the heck is this? Get out of here, double bracket. Double brace. You're not welcome. Louder. No, no, no. Something's too loud. The percussion's too loud. Shut up. I think the cymbals are fine. The tom-toms and the bass drums are too loud. No, no, no. Psh, I think the marimba can be actually... You guys get quieter. Angle too. The tuba is also too loud. Everyone's just so loud. And you're also loud. Try euphonium and octave up again. Okay, and what is after this? Whoa! Is that a different key? Is this A major? Or A flat major? Okay, oh, that's right. I should probably do something about dynamics here. Because here in the beginning, there are some... but here I need more dynamics, I think. Like, everyone needs to kind of shush, shush, shush. So maybe all you guys shush. And you too, shush. You, shush. And you, shush. Like this, I suppose. Meow, 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 meow. Okay. And then here I want it to be even quieter in the next phrase. I'm not quite sure how I'm gonna do this though. Don't play the whole time though, just like this. Okay. Okay. But who's gonna play the melody? I think maybe a horn can play a very beautiful part. And then just like one single horn. Or maybe, actually, I think euphonium might be best. Oh, whoopsies. Whoopsies. No, 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 no. And then... oh, something like this, I think. You know what? I think here we're gonna switch it up and have the strings play the arpeggios. Although I'm not so sure about that. I'm trying to imagine it first. Okay, then let's do this. Put you in some instruments first. You can go here. Oh wait, you're the upper part. Do the lower part first. Bong! Here. You in the U clef. What in tarnation? Oh my goodness gravy, that ain't how it was supposed to be done. Okay, you know what, just do this for a sec so I can kind of gauge where everyone is. So, no, no, nope. No, no, no. No. No, 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 nope. No. No, no, no. Let me give you guys a bit of reverb. Only a teeny tiny bits. Wait, why are there flats here? I'm not exactly sure how string players are supposed to do this part. Oh well. I don't know any string players that I can phone right now. This part is really low. I might prefer it to be on a different instrument. Or not a different, well, by different I mean like on the cello or something. Maybe like a bassoon can help out or something. Here, euphonium and violin. Or, that's actually more of a viola part, especially with this one. Or, I guess cello, but then who's gonna play this? Okay. Here, actually, go in the horn again. And I really want to be able to do this. Okay. Oh wait, I forgot to add it back. You know what, euphonium, come back. Cello and euphonium together. Okay, that'll probably do. Now what? Chopin treating you, he's treating me poorly. I feel my stomach hurts. It's not really Chopin's fault, but I'm gonna blame him anyway. I'll just divisi the contrabasses. Easy peasy. This is so dumb. Okay, actually, I could probably do that. Whoopsies. Cello and viola here. A little lower. No, I don't like that. Try trombone again. Trombone blends more together as I expected, really, but... I also have the woodwinds free now, since I just kind of let them be. Also, where are my slurs? Where do they go? Go back to slurring. Melody sounds familiar? Probably because it is. Did I forget to slurs anywhere else? Okay, we're good. I'm gonna put the slurs back in here. And then on trombones again. Okay. But now what am I gonna do with the other dudes? Now that the strings are taken over. I can just have them play the bass, I guess, but that's kind of lame. We'll see what I'll say. There's no like harmony to the melody that Chopin wrote. It's just pretty simple one voice melody, which is fine, but that means some things are gonna be a little different. Okay, what's the bass note? A flat. Maybe I could play some chords here, like a chorale. I just read the title and realized how stupid I am. Did Did you click on the stream without reading the title? You just saw the anime girl in the thumbnail and you're like, oh, I have to click on this. I put both violins play that arpeggio fully because the violins got a count. We can't do that. What do you mean? You can't count. Wow. Oh, and you're just gonna let the woodwinds have this weird ass counting system that I've tried to make it so that each woodwind falls on like an eighth, so it's not awkward. But Chopin just had to make it difficult and have the melody fall on the 16th. But oh my goodness. Also, you're supposed to be like that. Why are they the other way? All U beams are in the wrong direction. Reset them. There you go. Yeah, but then what are you going to play? Playing the whole thing would be easier than that little rest. You know, that's probably true. It's probably not true for woodwinds though, but... And then technically you would play a double here. I think woodwinds are pretty used to doing stuff like this, actually. It's kind of in their blood. I'm not too sure about stringies, though. I haven't really seen strings do big arpeggios like that. Like Chopin level kind of arpeggios. Woodwinds I've definitely seen do this, though. And plus, this kind of setup is kind of necessary because of just the way that Chopin wrote his thing. Such a big range of notes. Almost like it's an etude. What was I doing? Right, chorale, because I don't know what to do with the woodwinds, so they just get to play some chords, I guess. Here, time for some woodwind chords with Shirgi. I'll have you play the basses. You can play like this. Woodwinds generally sound pretty good when they're in octaves. Generally, and I do mean generally, which means this is not a rule to be followed hard and fast, but usually fifths and woodwinds, if you want specifically an extremely like smooth sound like I want here. If you don't want it, then it's fine, but if you do want a smooth sound, fifths like this, don't write them if you don't have to. You'd much rather have similar sounding instruments, so like bassoons and oboes, and also just two bassoons. You'd much rather have them play sixths, thirds, and octaves. So octaves here. Fifths you might as well put in a different instrument like clarinet, so that's what I'm doing. Again, octaves. There you go. And then I have the bajillion oboes. I'll have also here C. So I have a sixth here, and an octave, and a third. And then oboes here you can play... Oboes will sound a bit better up here, so I'm gonna write... Since you guys are double reeds, like the bassoons, I'll have you also play this. You can play C, and A flat really, but... And then flutes. I don't think I'm gonna have... Well, maybe I'll let the flutes kind of be. We'll leave them be. And I'll make it like mezzo piano or something. It's kind of boring though. Now, what am I supposed to do here? Tam tam. If I have you fall on the U beats like I had you before. That's kind of lame. Also, these these three instruments here, I haven't been doing anything with them, so get out of here. We're just clogging up their space. Actually, you play A because you already have a timpani tuned to C. Or actually, you already have a timpani tuned to A flat, so I just need to tune this timpani to G. Or from G to A flat. Although a chord in the timpani is... I mean, as much as I like this is kind of fun. Probably not the greatest thing, so... Maybe like a 5th here, or 4th. Would be nice. A bit more grand. Instead of more muddy. That kind of muddy sound that's very Stravinsky, which is good sometimes. But for this specifically, not really what we want. Also, what is this? Get out of here. Timp. Hold on, it's bothering me that this is 1. It needs to be written as 1. Okay. Anything else that needs to do numbers like that? No, we're good. Fu, Tam, Turgle, Piat, Toms, Bud, Merm, Glock, Temp, Youth. Lots of acronyms. Not acronyms, abbreviations. The other one. Okay, after writing this big chord, I think I would rather it be a bit lower. So I'm gonna rearrange this a bit. I'll have the clarinets play the full chord while you play the bass. There you go. And a little quieter. Just all the way at piano. Just shush. Because I don't really know what else to do with you. I could have you do some trills. That might be fun. You'd have to be a bit louder for me to hear you though, but that's fine. That's so goofy. Here, just the top 2, not the bottom one. Okay, you know what? I should probably dot in the arpeggios first if we're doing anything else. Oh yeah, you're supposed to do this. Which you can't. Because of reasons. What am I supposed to do with these bottom notes then? Maybe add them here? Those look like, cello parts. Here, get out of here. Yeah, wait, I just realized that I didn't actually write in the full thing. I didn't write in the right-hand part, I only wrote in the left-hand part. Wow, that's so awesome. You know what, strings, just shush for a bit so I can think. Hello. So you guys are the... So you guys are the left hand, and now I need a right hand, which is you guys, or you be the left hand. And then the right hand part's here, yoink, and yoink. I really want this to be in the cello, or the viola, but I know it can't play this note here. And it's only going to get lower, so I guess in cello it goes. Let me just remove the notes as necessary. Don't worry, it ain't going to be like this the whole time. So, delete that, and then bang. Get out of here. What a notes. I mean, it ain't an etude for nothing, but that is, that's like egregiously high. Alright, let's get over this stupid second voice. There you go. You know what? No divisi. You guys are gonna suffer the old-fashioned way. Implode. Implode the notes. The heck? It's possible. I know it's possible. my main concern is it are the players going to like me for this? And I don't think they're gonna quite like me for this. But of course, then again, it's an etude, I keep telling myself. Ah, crap. Why can't you guys go to, there you go, first voice, and then delete all the stupid second voice rests. And again, I'm not really sure how the bowing is supposed to go here. So I can put slurs in. Yeah, I'm just gonna make something up, I don't know. Try something like this, I guess, and back down. There you go. And then something somewhere here for y'all. Okay, I did want to leave some strings free so I can have strings and brass together, which I really want. Of course, it has to be the super weak violas, but whatever. And yes, I did call you weak, because you are. I'll make them louder. Start a new bow for the top note for violin ones. Fair enough. That makes sense. This part down here sounds really dumb. That just sounds really stupid. I might put it back on woodwinds, perhaps. I want a trill here too. I know I got rid of it, but I wanted one. You know what? You go up to A. Oh, whoopsies. E. C. And all you guys back down to piano. Okay, you know what? Just for a bit. I need to focus on everything else. Yeah, I think you guys are gonna go in bassoons or something. Maybe clarinets, actually. It's a bit too low for clarinet, though. That can really only be played by a contrabassoon, because in the contrabass. Right, you know what? Fine. There you go. First bassoon. It can be forte, I guess, because we're arpeggios. Or maybe tubas. Go, tubas! Alright, well that's too loud. I guess I didn't know what I expected. A little quieter. That's not as articulate though as I would like. You're a bit more articulate, which is why I liked it. Also, is that really where the beams are supposed to go? I mean, maybe, but I am a little suspicious. I knew it! You're supposed to go down, not up. My instinct. I could just tell that the beams were the wrong way around. Okay. Before working on another arpeggio, what's the orchestration gonna be? I think it should be more flutes and clarinets. So I'm gonna, I mean, I guess I could have a flute play this, but let's break it up. So, of course, piccolo can play those parts. The slurs will have to change a little bit because they're, believe it or not, different instruments. And have you start not there, but maybe there, and then you. No way, I'm doing this backwards. Oh, whatever. That's fine. Add a quarter rest. No, 16th quarter. Good. And like this, and like this. This looks really dumb. Should be the other way around for these two. It's okay, I can switch them. There you go. This is also the wrong way. Why are all of these beams the wrong way around? Fix it! Okay, let's offer to use for this. This is MuScore 4. M-U-S-C-S-C-O-R-E, number 4. It's free to use. You can download it right now. Okay, forte here because you're competing against... Or maybe both of you in clarinets. I mean, you still have to be in piccolo, I think, but... I think there ain't nothing wrong with it. And you know what? Just go back here. Something about that just sounds really dumb, though. I think it might be the lack of dynamics. Maybe we need to make it more dynamic. Not quite sure how I'm gonna do that though, because here it sounded fine. Because we had woodwinds involved. But now, maybe it just is too loud in general. Maybe you guys need to just shush, 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 shush. Mezzo forte. Mezzo, mezzo. Oh my gosh. N. Both of you, tremolo. No tunuto, please, and probably gran casa. There you go. Just one. It's probably the lack of bass. That might be what's getting me. Tuba, it's your time to shine. Bass trombone as well. And you know what, euphonium as well. But also quiet. You're currently mezzo forte, MF. There you go. That's definitely helped. Yeah, because the contrabass was previously also filling in the bass, but now it's going to be in other instruments. So, ah, crap. And you're gonna fall on this beat because of course you will. I don't like the euphonium. Shut up. Maybe a horn. Not that low. Not that high. Is it still A flat over here? Yeah, it's still A flat. And once again A flat, okay. Maybe it's the lack of triangle. It needs more shimmery stuff. Yeah, I like that triangle. Beautiful. A little quieter. Yeah, just like that. Not here. No. Maybe in the U, the gran casa. Not quite sure what to put for U now. Maybe more triangle, I guess. When in doubt, triangle. And then, I guess, same thing here. Again, not quite sure what I'm gonna do, so I'm gonna add a triangle and hope for the best. I guess you guys don't need to be half notes no more, and you can be a C. I don't like that. Nope. There you go. No, I was thinking maybe a little impact could help. Maybe it needs to be lower, like low tom. Maybe. Or maybe even... Go back. What? No. There you go. That's what I wanted. But what goes on here? I feel like this piccolo is a little out of tune, as piccolos usually are. That's definitely a little bit out of tune. You know what, Glockenspiel? I want you to try these notes. Beautiful. A little quieter, my friend. Nah. You can be loud. Actually, I think you're currently playing with the soft mallets. Try different. Or the hard mallets. That sounds like a bunch of metal pipes. That's fine. You don't need to hold this note, just do this. That might be easier. Maybe like this. Go back to soft mode. Yeah, I actually like that more. Awesome. Instead of the weird out-of-tune piccolo, we can have a weird out-of-tune glockenspiel. Although I'm not just quite sure how a glockenspiel is supposed to go out of tune. Unless you whack it hard enough or let it rust. I'm betting it's the same arpeggio. Yeah, this part might be different, but I could probably do like this. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, wait. No, that was correct. It was just this next part that might be a bit different. Which I guess I can just... Oh, that's the same. What about you? Oh, the melody here just changes. Wait. Comparing them using my mind. Where does this guy want to go? Maybe like down to C? Up to A? Maybe like... Maybe back down to A. A flat. Okay. Hello. Let's try this. Good. It's kind of not really the same with it. The fun crashes. Alright, get over here. What are you called? Thunder sheet. Oh man. Maybe... That's kind of lame. Maybe if you started a bit quieter, that'd be more fun though. Oh wait, yeah, the melody falls here, because of course it does. And tie. Rest. Rest! Thank you. And then kind of same jazz we was a-doing here. I mean, and then you bonk. And bonk. And then... Uh-huh. What with the crashies? Psh. And the psh. I said psh. Thank you. And then you again. Yoink. And you again. Okay, this part's kind of weak. I'm not really liking it that much. Yeah, I wish it was a little stronger than that. I think the trombones are a little too strong though, and the tuba. So... maybe 1 octave higher? Or maybe I can just make them quieter. Maybe even piano, not that. Your octave the melody's in. Nope. It's in the same. I want to have trumpet double up in the main melody since you have trombone in it. Because I think that would be too brash. I already kind of had that over here. I need it to be smoother. The trombone in that upper range has a very smooth, kind of heroic... not heroic. More like... a bit more Twilight kind of quality than a trombone, which is... or not trombone, trumpet, which is more like a sunrise. The trombone is a bit more mellow, which is playing with the violas right now. Although I wish it was cello, which I guess it can be. Why am I complaining? It can be. Reality can be whatever I want. Alright, cello. Get in the game. Much like EA Sports. Alright, I didn't write any of that. Might have thinking that for a while, but let's play it again from the beginning and see if there's anything that I want to change now that my ears have been hearing the other stuff for a while. Go! Alright, hold on. I already don't like something. Can you shush? There you go. Go! I would like you to start with a little bit of a crash, but not like a whole forte crash. Okay, that decrescendo was a bit more sudden than I would have liked. So I would like all you guys to decrescendo a little bit earlier, like somewhere around here. Where's my... I do like the dot ones. Okay. Yeah, I think that decrescendo was way too sudden. Same with you guys. Try again. Do this again. Or whoopsies. Move these dynamics down here a bit earlier, pretty please. Like this. Again, decrescendo should happen a little bit more gradually. Okay. That's better. Let me hear that again a little bit further back. Better, much better. Okay. How long you been working on this? 2 streams now, so like this one's 4 hours, the last one was like 2. So like 7 hours I guess total. Including a little bit of me finicking with it off stream. Okay. And how much do I have to show for it? Like 30 seconds. Awesome. Oh man, such is orchestration for me. Maybe I'm just slow. Had fun? Yeah, I had fun. Otherwise I wouldn't be doing it. It's a little like, it's a little grating at times. Because sometimes I'm like, why doesn't it sound the way I want it to? But it's really rewarding when you figure out why. Okay. Now, there's something also back here that I probably wanted to change. Yeah, I wanted this to be more dramatic. Like, where's the percussion? Yeah, I'll have you guys crescendo much faster. No, 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 no. So, you guys crescendo faster. You guys crescendo faster. You're fine, but I want you guys to be faster. Merge tremolo. Nope, wrong one. Tie. Actually, no, you guys don't tie. And you don't tie either, actually. Go to forte. You go to fortissimo. Actually, no, go to forte. Oh, you go to forte. Forte! Yeah, okay. Try again. No. Louder. Louder. Loud and proud. Actually, you know what? Why are you guys in two different directions? What? Okay, Thunder sheet. Let me nick these dynamics. They're mine now. You know what? Try fortissimo. Okay, the thunder sheet one is a little loud. Let's reduce you guys. That's fine. And I'll make this tom lower. A bit more rumbly. I'll have you guys also play the melody. Fortissimo. Give me this. Oh, and these fortissimos are redundant. Something feels a bit off here. There you go, that's better. I think sustaining the bass notes at the start of each arpeggio would add a little atmosphere. Well, they are. They're sustained by the contrabass. And also by the horns. And the bass trumpet. Not by too many instruments, but I can understand if it's a bit hard to hear. I did have to make some compromises, because unlike the piano, which by a good pianist, each of those notes would be very clear, just because of the way the piano is, right? The piano, very clear about its notes, if you play it right, that is. The notes don't get too muddy. But on an orchestra, of course, in a concert hall, things can get kind of muddy. So I have had to make some sacrifices. So like the loudness of the melody, the clearness of the melody, and the clearness of the arpeggios have to be sacrificed a little bit in order to get, you know, the orchestral sound. unfortunately. But I've tried my best to fix that. So they're, I can make them a little louder if we like. It's still kind of hard to hear though. More trombone. As much as I wish it were true. More trombone. Dang. This is so sad. I just want, you know what? I'm going in the mixer. I am manually turning up the trombone. I want more bass trombone. More. Orchestration performed live before? Nope. I'm a complete amateur at this. I'm not a music student, and I didn't go to university for music, so I don't have any like connections to have my music be performed by an actual ensemble. So I just kind of do everything on my computer, and I also talk to people about, you know, arranging and all that kind of jazz. So, I mean, all that kind of classical music. Got 'em. So no, I haven't had any arrangements performed or anything. Neither have I been commissioned for anything like that. So sad, but it's okay. Let me hear this one more time. Also, start at piano, not pianissimo. Hold on, I would like this. The tam can be louder. The thunder sheet, not so loud. How'd you learn? Through YT? Through YouTube? At the beginning, yes. Mostly as like a starting point, because, you know, when I was bored, I was like, type in YouTube, how to write for Orchestra. There's a wonderful channel called Orchestration Online, run by a man named Thomas Goss. Absolutely lovely man. Very awesome, very clear, very amazing. I would recommend his videos. But beyond that, I went to my library, my local library, and I want music books, and I found a few. That's how I learned, because staring at a screen and learning something makes my eyes hurt, and I don't like it. I learn nothing if I look at a screen and learn something. So if I read it on a page, I'm much more likely to learn it. So that's how I did it. Reading a book is nice. You can read it over a cup of coffee and learn something. It's such a nice feeling. Or outside, even if it's nice weather. Just amass enough followers and force them to do one of those COVID-era Zoom concerts. But that sounds so awful. How am I supposed to conduct them? Or they're just supposed to play with the metronome? Play it exactly. I did a audition for there's apparently a VTuber symphony orchestra. If you didn't know, there is one, and I auditioned for it to be the in-house composer for it, or an arranger. And they didn't accept me, so here I am still on my own. Sad. Oh well. I just realized you have 2 timpani. I believe I didn't notice that. You have E and G. All timpani. Bang! Listen to the sound of that. Beautiful. I love it. It's so loud. And it's perfect. And you know what? More crescendo here. Crescendo. Let me hear those timpani. Beautiful. That might sound terrible with the rest of the orchestra, but I love the sound of that. I actually love that. That's amazing. Maybe a little bit too loud, but here, I'll turn you guys down just a teensy bit. But I did like that a lot. A little more timpani happening here, please. As much timpani as possible, please. How is the woodwind going? It's going wild. It's playing the arpeggios, so it's doing everything. The strings are just they're having a free concert right now. But the percussion and the winds, they're really going at it. It's mostly because I'm biased towards the woodwinds, not because I play one. I don't play any of these. I don't play any of these instruments. I need all of you to. All of these instruments, I've never played a single one. None of these. I just like the sound of the woodwinds better. Okay. I haven't even played a triangle. Can you believe it? Never played a triangle. Okay. What instruments do you play? I have an acoustic guitar, and I have a harmonica. I have 6 harmonicas, and I have a harmonica rack. I play singer-songwriter music. I don't play classical music. Did you get new eyeballs? Oh, like this? I don't know what you're talking about. Is your job a composer? Nope. I wish my job was a composer. You know how much less stressful that would be? If I got to write music as my job, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon because I don't have any credentials besides these live streams, I guess, but I don't know if that really counts. I do have some original work that I've uploaded on my channel, but that's about all. Okay. Try again. Composer on score or more on DAW. When I was in grade school, I used the DAW. I first started like with GarageBand on my iPad, and then I started using it on the MacBook and Logic, right? Logic Pro on a MacBook. Yeah, that's the Mac one. I wasn't getting confused. I haven't used them in so long. But yeah, I used those for a while. Because when I was growing up, I listened to a lot of electronic music. So that's what I wanted to write. So I did get familiar with the piano roll and all the effects. I learned all the effects by just twiddling around for actual years, because again, I was like bored in class, like just turning knobs around and seeing what they did. So I don't really know like the science behind what each of the knobs do, but I know what they sound like, which to me was all I needed to know at the time. So, and I do still have a few tracks from then. I really wish I had saved more, but unfortunately I didn't save all of them, but I do have some of my old electronic work. But I only started writing specifically for like real instruments. Not that the synthesizer is a real instrument, for acoustic instruments. And classical music kind of inspired stuff. I started like probably like 1.5 to 2 years ago. So that's when I started writing for ensembles and stuff. So that's that. Not like I was using like complicated music theory in grade school or anything. I was just dotting chords around. This melody needs to be louder. It's not loud enough. Okay, I just realized I made these asymmetrical. That's not good. Okay. I only just start on the score. When I study score, I feel much clearer than DAW, but I really live the convenience of DAW. No, I completely understand what you mean. Score does have its limitations. Well, it depends on the kind of music you're trying to write. Because of course, when I'm writing music for orchestra, like the score just makes more sense. It's easier for me it's easier for me to see what each instrument is doing, and it's easier for me to visualize harmony. Because at least that's how I learn harmonies on the score. So I can visualize it. Actually, I visualize it easiest on the piano. And I know the DAWs have pianos too. It's like, so you can look there too. Or you can just have a picture of a piano on your screen. That's also fine. I do have a cheat sheet that I haven't pulled up because I'm not actually writing original music, but I do have like a writing music cheat sheet here that I mean, I've kind of grown out of it. Hi, iguanas. So I don't really need, I mean, I still look at the chord charts. But like all this stuff, this is like orchestration, like fundamentals, and a circle of fifths just in case I need it. But I don't really need stuff like this anymore, but it's useful. To someone maybe, especially if I'm trying to explain something like, oh, the piccolo, it sounds like this and the this. So, yes, thank you, iguanas. Hi, iguanas. Almighty composing iguanas. Tell me, what is my arranging missing? What do I need to add or subtract to my Chopin etude to make it sound even better? Thank you, iguana. I'll keep that in mind. Bonk. The library using this is the Grinch. This is the Berlin sounds from Berlin Orchestra. You can find them on the Muse Sounds thingy. Their silence says more than words could ever convey. What do you mean silence? I could clearly hear them. They were speaking to my soul. And maybe if you couldn't hear them, maybe you're just not close enough to the iguanas. Maybe you're just not on a high enough plane of existence to understand the iguanas. Sounds expensive? That's because it is. These sounds are kind of expensive. So, oh well. Okay, back to this. I'm not a huge fan of the violin arpeggios, I'm not gonna lie. Can I have more bassoon? That's my bassoon impression. That's so loud. Shut up. Okay. Try again. Okay. I'm losing a lot of clarity in these arpeggios. Which is why I preferred the other instruments playing it. Let me take this contrabass part and put it maybe in a different instrument. I could put it in tuba. Why not? Quieter though. Nah, no, I don't like the sound of that. I think contrabassoon would be better, but the contrabassoon's kind of busy. I mean, it would be a very virtuosic contrabassoon passage. I'm not sure if I've ever seen such a virtuosic one. It also has no reverb, because I'm smart. That's probably fine. That's what a contrabassoon sounds like. Okay, you know what? This is why I included this instrument. Marimba, where are you? Come save the day from that atrocious sound. Please. Get over here, marimba. Octave higher, because I'm smart. Oh no, this A flat is low. No, whatever. Little, no, 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 no. MP. Mana points. No, I can't hear that. Oh, I thought I deleted it. I pressed Control X. Or maybe a bit higher would be fun. Sounds like a ringtone. That's awesome. No, you know what? I preferred you slightly quieter. You know what? I want to actually slow the tempo down even more. Slow, 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 slow. Slow, 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 slow. Take it nice and slow. I know this is not really molto allegro anymore, but I kind of like the slowness. Maybe it's just because it's like later at night and I just like the slowerness, but... Okay, that's a kind of approaching a little bit too slow for my liking. Just a tiny teensy bit faster. Okay, yeah, what this is missing, as opposed to what came before, is all the bass notes. There's not enough bass. It's all about the bass. I need more bass. Bass. Oh, it's too much bass. Get out of here, bass trombone. Tuba only. Tuba and euphonium. Quieter. Quieter. Oh wait, you don't need to be quieter, because you're already quieter. Let's do mup. Mup, I say. Put right mup. Just one bassoon, please. Contra might be the move, or contra bass clarinet. I wish I had a contra bass clarinet sound. I don't think I do. I would have the contrabassoon here. I could have another contrabassoon, which would work. Ideally, I'd use the contrabass. Contrabass is already busy playing these parts, though. Oh well. Okay. Well, I guess that'll be something that I'll find out next time. Because it's already been like 5 hours. So I'll call it, that's enough work for today. Thanks for watching. Make sure to subscribe to my channel. If you liked the video, then smash that dislike button because I don't get enough of those. I don't get enough criticism. And and you guys can also join my Discord server. Stuff happens there. Not much happens there. I usually just talk about how much I want a blueberry muffin. But if you want to see me do that, then you can join my Discord server. It's in the description. You can click that link. Okay. And also talk about orchestration or whatever. I guess you can also do that if you want. Okay. I'll see you guys later. Bye bye.